Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the shadow of Mount Arcos, where ancient spires of copper and gold pierced the clouds like the fingers of forgotten gods, lay the ruins of Arcosia. Once the greatest city in all the realms, where elves and dwarves had worked side by side to create wonders that defied imagination, it now stood as a silent testament to a broken alliance. The wind whispered through empty streets paved with gems, and magical light still flickered in windows of abandoned towers, eternal flames that refused to die. It was here, in the depths of the Grand Forge district, that young Thorin Ironheart found himself drawn to a chamber that should not have existed. The dwarf apprentice had spent years mapping the ruins, following in his father's footsteps as they searched for lost artifacts of the old world. But this place, this impossible workshop with its perfectly preserved tools and still warm forge, felt different. The air hummed with ancient power, and particles of light danced through shaft beams like golden snow. In the center of the room, suspended above an anvil of pure star silver, floated a hammer unlike any Thorin had ever seen. Its head was forged from a metal that seemed to shift between iron and crystal with each heartbeat, and runes of power spiraled down its handle in patterns that made his eyes water. Without thinking, guided by something deeper than conscious thought, he reached out and grasped it. The moment his fingers closed around the handle, visions flooded his mind, a forest of iron trees stretching endlessly beneath an aurora-lit sky. A slender figure with starlight in her hair drawing a bow of impossible beauty, and a darkness older than the mountains themselves, watching, waiting, hungering for division and strife. Leagues away, in the sacred iron grove where the last living metal trees still grew, an elven archer named Lowen Starweaver jolted awake from her meditation. Her ancestral bow, passed down through generations of grove guardians, had begun to pulse with an energy she had never felt before. The crystal arrowhead embedded in its grip, the same crystal that crowned every iron tree in the grove, glowed with an inner fire that matched the rhythm of her own heartbeat. As Thorin and Lowen would soon discover, their finds were no coincidence. The hammer and bow were twin artifacts, forged in the golden age of Arcosia by a partnership of the greatest elven enchanter and dwarven smith who ever lived. Together, they were meant to maintain the balance between the natural and forged worlds, between growth and creation, between the magic of the earth and the magic of transformation. But something had torn them apart. An entity old as the world itself, feeding on discord and division, had orchestrated the sundering of elvish and dwarven peoples. It whispered lies of betrayal in dreams, planted seeds of doubt in hearts, and slowly, inexorably drove a wedge between the races until they retreated to their separate realms, each believing the other had betrayed their sacred trust. Now, centuries later, the ancient evil stirred again. In the depths beneath Arcosia, shadows began to move with purpose. The iron trees of the grove started to rust for the first time in their eternal existence. And both Thorin and Lowen found themselves plagued by dreams of a world consumed by darkness, where the last lights of civilization flickered and died. Their paths crossed in the Valley of Whispers, where the winds carried echoes of ancient songs. Thorin had followed the hammer's pull, while Alowan tracked disturbances in the magical ley lines that fed the Iron Grove. Their first meeting was anything but friendly. Centuries of prejudice and mistrust did not fade easily. But when shadows rose from the ground to attack them, they found themselves fighting back to back, hammer and bow moving in perfect synchronization. As they traveled together, reluctantly at first, and then with growing trust, they began to uncover the truth. In hidden libraries and secret forges, they found references to the Harmony Forge, a mythical place where the barriers between Elvish and Dwarven magic ceased to exist. It was said that items of true power could only be created there, through the perfect union of both people's arts. The hammer and bow, they learned, were keys to this forgotten forge. But using it would require something neither of them was prepared for: a complete trust in the other, a merging not just of magics, but of souls. The ancient text spoke of a price. Two must become one, in hand and heart and purpose true. For power's price is unity. Their journey took them through dangers untold, through the caverns of memory where shadows of the past came alive, across the bridge of stars where each step required perfect trust in the other, and finally to the peaks of Mount Arcos itself. Along the way, they faced not only external threats, but their own prejudices and fears. Thorin learned to see the beauty in the wild magic of the elves, while Alowan came to appreciate the artistry and dedication in dwarven craftsmanship. The entity that had separated their peoples revealed itself in the final battle, a being of pure entropy, feeding on division and discord, growing stronger with every argument and misunderstanding between the races. It had been patient, cultivating hatred and suspicion for centuries, waiting for the moment when the last bridges between elf and dwarf would crumble. Instead, it found itself facing a united front. In the chamber of the Harmony Forge, rediscovered at last, Thorin and Alowan made their choice. As shadows threatened to overwhelm them, they stepped into the forge's heart. Hammer met bow, metal met wood, crystal met stone, and two magics long separated flowed together once more. The price was indeed unity, not just of moment, but of lifetime. Their souls bound together in the forge's fire, neither fully elf nor fully dwarf, but something new, something that hadn't existed since the fall of Arcosia. Through their union, they forged a weapon of pure harmony, a blade that cut through shadow and darkness, with the light of understanding and cooperation. The ancient evil could not stand before their united power. As it dissolved, its millennia of influence began to fade from both people's minds. The walls of prejudice and hatred it had so carefully built began to crumble, allowing both races to remember the truth of their shared past. In the years that followed, Arcosia began to rise again. Not as it was, but as something new, a city where elf and dwarf worked together once more, where the Iron Grove's branches intertwined with dwarven spires, where the songs of nature harmonized with the rhythm of forges. And at its heart, the Harmony Forge burned bright, kept alive by two who had learned that the greatest magic comes not from power itself, but from the willingness to share it. Thorin and Alowan remained its guardians, their lives bound together by choice as much as by magic, teaching new generations that the strongest metals are alloys, and the most powerful magic comes from the union of different strengths. Their story became legend, told in both elven forests and dwarven halls, a reminder that Destiny's greatest forge is not found in any mountain or grove, but in the hearts of those willing to look past ancient prejudices and forge new bonds of trust and understanding. Storie 2, in the eternal twilight of Luminara, where the air itself shimmered with ancient magic, stood a garden unlike any other in all the realms. Crystal flowers bloomed in countless hues, each petal capturing and reflecting the essence of fallen warriors who had given their lives in battles long past. Their light pulls gently in rhythm with an unseen heartbeat, creating a symphony of colors that danced across marble paths and silver-leafed trees. Elara Moondancer stood at the garden's edge, her white robes rustling in a breeze that carried whispers of the dead. As the youngest of the Crystal Guardians, she alone seemed to notice the creeping darkness that had begun to taint the edges of the luminous blooms. What had started as a single blackened petal had spread like ink through water, leaving clusters of obsidian flowers that whispered dark secrets to those who passed too close. The elven elders dismissed her concerns, attributing the changes to natural cycles they claimed to understand, but never explained. But Elara knew better. Each night, in her dreams, she heard the voices of the corrupted crystals growing louder, more insistent, speaking of ancient betrayals and unforgivable sins. It was on the night of the blood moon that everything changed. As Elara made her usual rounds, a commotion at the garden's gates drew her attention. A dwarf, something unheard of in these sacred grounds, stood arguing with the guardian sentinels. His armor bore the markings of the Iron Mountains, and despite his warrior's build, his eyes held a sadness that spoke of deep loss. "Please," he called out, his voice carrying across the garden. "My sister's soul is here. I've tracked her essence across half the world. I am Drugan's Soulseeker, and I will not leave until I find her." Something in his voice resonated with the crystal flowers, causing them to chime in harmonic response. The black crystals particularly seemed to pulse with renewed energy. Against all protocol and tradition, Elara stepped forward and bade the sentinels to let him pass. As Drugan told his tale, Alara's suspicions about the garden's corruption grew stronger. His sister, Kira, had been a member of a joint expedition between elves and dwarves, exploring ancient ruins that predated both their civilizations. The expedition had vanished without trace, and only Kira's soul-bound amulet, found in the depths of a forgotten temple, had given Drugan hope of finding her. The amulet led him here, to the Garden of Lost Souls, but something was wrong. The crystal flowers that responded to its presence were not the pure, luminous blooms that had housed warriors' souls for millennia. They were the corrupted black crystals that had begun spreading through the garden. Together, Elara and Drugan discovered a terrible truth. The garden was not merely a memorial to fallen warriors. It was a prison. Ages ago, when a great darkness threatened to consume both elven and dwarven realms, the most powerful mages of both races had worked together to trap it. They used the pure souls of willing warriors to create a magical barrier, their essences crystallized into the flowers that would maintain the seal for eternity. But they had hidden an even darker secret. The barrier required constant renewal, new souls to replace those that eventually faded. What had begun as willing sacrifice became a carefully orchestrated harvest, with both elven and dwarven leaders secretly orchestrating conflicts to ensure a steady supply of warrior souls. Kira and her expedition had discovered this truth in those ancient ruins. Rather than let it come to light, certain powers had ensured their silence. But instead of their souls simply joining the garden's collection, their combined knowledge and shared sense of betrayal had triggered something unexpected. Their corrupted essences were slowly poisoning the garden's magic, weakening the ancient seal that held back the darkness. As Elara and Drugan delved deeper into the garden's secrets, they realized they faced an impossible choice. The darkness imprisoned below was real and catastrophic. Its release would bring devastation to all lands. Yet the price of maintaining its prison had become too high, built on lies and unwilling sacrifice. The answer came from the corrupted crystals themselves. The souls trapped within, including Kira's, had not been tainted by darkness, but transformed by truth. Their shared understanding of both elven and dwarven ways, and their united sense of purpose, even in death, offered a different kind of power, one built on unity and shared sacrifice rather than deception and unwilling victims. In the garden's heart, where the barrier between life and death grew thinnest, Alara and Drugan undertook a desperate ritual. Using his connection to his sister and Alara's link to the garden's magic, they began to transform the prison. The black crystals, rather than spreading corruption, became conduits for a new kind of power, one that drew strength from understanding between races rather than their conflict. The price was high. To complete the transformation, they had to offer something of themselves, not their lives, but their old prejudices and divisions. As the ritual reached its peak, the garden itself seemed to hold its breath. The crystal flowers, both light and dark, began to pulse in unison. The souls of ancient warriors stirred, awakened by the possibility of a different kind of eternal purpose. When dawn broke over Luminara, the Garden of Lost Souls had transformed. The crystal flowers no longer held trapped souls, but willing guardians. The barrier containing the ancient darkness remained, but it was maintained by the unified power of both races' understanding and cooperation, not the essence of unwitting sacrifices. Kira's soul, along with those of her companions, chose to remain as guardians, their crystals neither black nor pure light, but a swirling mixture of both, representing the truth they had died to protect. Drugan found peace not in retrieving his sister's soul, but in understanding her sacrifice and continuing her work of building bridges between their peoples. Alara became more than a crystal guardian. She became the keeper of truth, ensuring that the garden's real history and purpose would never again be hidden. Under her guidance, the garden became a place where both elves and dwarves could come to honor their dead and learn from their shared past. The whispers in the garden changed. Where once they spoke of ancient betrayals and dark secrets, they now told stories of unity, understanding, and willing sacrifice for a greater good. The crystal flowers bloomed eternal, their light a testament not to the power of imprisonment, but to the strength found in truth and cooperation between all races. Story 3. The eternal mountains pierced the clouds like ancient spears thrust into the heavens, their peaks eternally shrouded in swirling mists and magical storms. Deep within their heart, the dwarven cities were marvels of engineering and enchantment, where golden light from countless forges reflected off walls studded with precious gems and metals that had never seen the light of day. In the grand hall of runecraft, Kira's stone scripts chisel danced across ancient stone, each strike precise and purposeful as she transcribed the old writings. As the youngest master of runes in 3 generations, she had earned her place among the knowledge keepers of the Deephold. Yet lately, her dreams had been haunted by strange symbols that seemed to writhe and change when she tried to read them, symbols that now appeared in the very stones she studied. The first tremor came without warning. Dust rained from ceiling arches carved by her ancestors, and the eternal flames in their enchanted braziers flickered for the first time in living memory. In the silence that followed, Kira heard a whisper that seemed to come from the mountain itself, speaking in a language that made her bones resonate with ancient power. Hidden among the runes she had been transcribing was a message that should not have existed. When the dragon wakes, truth shall break. The words seemed to pulse with their own inner light, and as Kira traced them with trembling fingers, another tremor shook the halls, stronger this time. The Council of Elders dismissed her concerns, attributing the tremors to natural shifting of the mountains. But Kira knew better. The symbols in her dreams matched perfectly with fragments of an ancient text speaking of a being called the Worldworm, a dragon so ancient it was said to have been born from the mountains themselves. Her search for answers led her to tales of an elven sage who lived in solitude atop the highest peak of the eternal mountains. Elendril the Ageless, they called him, keeper of knowledge too dangerous for the libraries of either race. Against all tradition and the direct orders of the council, Kira began the perilous ascent to his sanctuary. The journey took her through passes where the wind spoke in riddles and across bridges formed from living crystal that sang beneath her feet. After 7 days of climbing, she found not the humble hermitage she expected, but a tower of pure starlight that seemed to grow directly from the mountain's peak. And there stood Elendril, tall and ancient as the mountains themselves, his silver hair moving in a wind that carried the weight of ages. "I have been waiting," he said simply, "for the one who could read the dragon's script." In his sanctuary, Kira discovered a truth that shook her to her core. The world worm was no myth, but a guardian created by the combined magics of elves and dwarves in an age-long past. It slumbered within the heart of the mountains, its dreams helping to maintain the balance of power that kept both civilizations alive. The tremors were not a natural occurrence, they were the dragon's attempts to wake, to warn them of a coming catastrophe. But the full truth was even more disturbing. The council of kings who had bound the dragon had become corrupted by their own power, using the creature's magic to maintain their rule through generations. They had transformed from guardians into tyrants, their lives unnaturally extended by drawing on the dragon's power as it slept. As Kira and Elendril worked to decipher the ancient texts, the tremors grew stronger and more frequent. Deep in the dwarven cities, ancient mechanisms began to fail. In the elven forests that clung to the mountainsides, trees that had stood for millennia began to wither and die. The truth became clear. The dragon's bonds were not meant to last eternally. It needed to wake periodically to renew the mountain's magic and restore balance to the land. By forcing it to remain asleep, the Council of Kings had created a danger far greater than any they had sought to prevent. But waking the worldworm was no simple task. The ritual required both elven and dwarven magic, working in perfect harmony, a cooperation that hadn't existed for centuries. More than that, it required two individuals willing to risk everything to restore the natural order. As the mountains themselves seemed to hold their breath, Kira and Elendril began their work. In a chamber deep within the mountain's heart, where crystals pulsed like captured stars, and the very air thrummed with power, they combined their magics. Kira's runes of awakening merged with Elendril's ancient elven songs, their powers weaving together in patterns not seen since the world was young. The Council of Kings, sensing their power weakening, sent their guards to stop the ritual. But they had not counted on the mountain itself choosing sides. As soldiers approached the chamber, passages sealed themselves shut, ancient doors groaned closed, and the very rocks rose up to protect those who sought to restore the true order. When the worldworm finally opened its eyes, it was not with the rage they had feared, but with the wisdom of ages. Its scales shimmered with all the colors of dawn, and its voice, when it spoke, was like the mountain singing. It saw what the kings had done with its power, how they had twisted its gift of protection into a tool of control. The dragon's judgment was both terrible and merciful. Those who had abused its power found their stolen years catching up to them in moments, crumbling to dust like the ancient stones they had sought to control. But for the rest, for those who had lived honest lives under their rule, there was only renewal. The worldworm's awakening brought change to the eternal mountains. The barrier between elven and dwarven realms, maintained for so long by the corrupt council's magic, began to fade. The withered trees renewed themselves, their roots reaching deeper into the mountain's heart. The failing dwarven mechanisms sparked back to life, humming with fresh power. Kira and Elendril became the first of a new order, the Worm's Speakers, dedicated to maintaining the true balance between the races and ensuring that the dragon would never again be used as a tool of power. Under their guidance, the mountain's peoples began to rebuild the trust that had been lost centuries ago. And in the highest peaks of the eternal mountains, where the winds still speak in riddles and the stars seem close enough to touch, the worldworm keeps its vigil. Its dreams no longer forced, but freely given, helping to maintain the harmony between all those who dwell in its domain. Sometimes on quiet nights, those who listen carefully can hear its song echoing through the depths, a reminder that the greatest power lies not in control, but in the wisdom to know when to let go. Story 4. In the majestic realm of Alfener, where elven spires of crystal intertwined with dwarven towers of steel, the impossible happened. The crown of harmony, symbol of peace between the races for 10,000 years, shattered into 12 gleaming fragments. Each piece sang with ancient magic as they scattered to the winds, their song a lament that echoed through both the highest branches of the elven forests and the deepest halls of dwarven mines. Malachi stood in the crown's chamber, watching as the royal guards argued over who was to blame. As a half-elf, he was used to being invisible to both races, though his presence in the castle as a master artificer spoke to his exceptional talents. But as chaos erupted around him, something extraordinary occurred. One of the crown's fragments, glowing with an inner light, floated gently down and landed in his outstretched hand. The shard burned with memories not his own, visions of ancient battles, of sacrifices made in shadow, of a price paid in blood and magic that neither race fully understood. Before he could process what he had seen, another fragment found him, then another. The pieces seemed drawn to him like moths to flame, each one carrying its own burden of memory and truth. The elven high council and dwarven thanes were outraged. A half-blood, chosen by the sacred crown? It was unprecedented, unthinkable. But as tensions rose and strange shadows began creeping through the borderlands, they had no choice but to accept what the ancient magic had decreed. In his quest to gather the remaining fragments, Malachi found unlikely allies. Thorvina Ironheart, a dwarven princess who had renounced her claim to the throne, rather than participate in her family's warmongering, joined him first. Her knowledge of dwarven lore proved invaluable as they tracked the fragments through ancient underground highways and forgotten forge temples. They were later joined by Arundel the Blind, an elven archimage who had sacrificed his mortal sight to see the threads of magic that bound the world together. His presence was both blessing and curse. His power was undeniable, but his cryptic warnings about the true nature of the crown and its purpose left Malachi with growing unease. As they recovered each fragment, more of the hidden truth revealed itself through visions and memories. The crown of harmony was more than a symbol. It was a key, a lock, and a prison all in one. The peace between elves and dwarves had been bought at a terrible price, the imprisonment of an ancient power, a being of pure chaos that had threatened to unmake the world. But the imprisonment required renewal, a sacrifice of blood and soul from both races every 1,000 years. The time had come again, and the crown's shattering was no accident. It was a warning. The ancient power was stirring, and the bonds that held it weakened with each passing day. Their journey took them to the furthest reaches of both kingdoms, through the crystal forest where trees of living glass chimed in eternal symphony, into the forge of ages where the first dwarven hammers still rang against anvils of star metal, across the bridge of whispers where the voices of the dead offered riddles and warnings. Each fragment they recovered showed them more of the pattern, the intricate dance of magic and sacrifice that had maintained the peace for so long. But it also showed them the cost the chosen ones from each generation who had been led unknowing to their doom, their lives and souls fed to the hungry dark to keep it bound. The shadows growing at the edges of the world were no mere darkness. They were echoes of the ancient chaos, testing its bonds, reaching for freedom. In forgotten valleys, creatures of twisted magic began to emerge. In the deep places of the earth, ancient wards flickered and failed. As Malachi gathered the final fragments, he faced an impossible choice. The traditional renewal ritual required 2 willing sacrifices: 1 elf, 1 dwarf to power the crown for another 1,000 years. But the memories within the fragments showed him another way, a path hidden by those who had first crafted the crown, deemed too dangerous to attempt. Instead of imprisonment through sacrifice, there was a possibility of transformation through understanding. The crown had always drawn power from the differences between elves and dwarves, feeding on their divisions and suspicions. But Malachi, born of both worlds yet belonging to neither, saw a different pattern in the ancient magics. In the heart of Elfener, as shadows besieged the city and the ancient chaos strained at its weakening bonds, Malachi made his choice. Rather than restoring the crown to imprison the chaos once more, he used his unique heritage to forge a new path. With Thorvina's strength and Arendel's wisdom supporting him, he opened himself to the crown's full power, not to contain or control, but to understand. The being of chaos that they had feared for so long was revealed in its true form, not a destroyer, but a force of change and renewal that had been twisted and corrupted by its long imprisonment. Through Malachi's dual nature, it found balance. Through Thorvina's compassion, it found purpose. Through Arendel's wisdom, it found peace. The crown reformed, but not as it had been. Where once it had been a circle of pure gold, now it was a spiral of intertwined metals and crystals, each piece flowing into the next in an endless dance of balance and change. Its power no longer demanded sacrifice, but invited growth, no longer imprisoned, but transformed. The shadows retreated, not banished, but reformed, becoming part of the natural cycle of light and dark, growth and decay, creation and change. The ancient being, freed from its bonds of hatred and fear, became a guardian of balance rather than a prisoner of it. In the years that followed, Elfener changed. The rigid barriers between elven and dwarven realms softened and blurred. New forms of magic emerged, combining the strengths of both peoples. And Malachi, once an outcast, became a bridge between worlds, teaching others that true harmony comes not from suppressing differences, but from embracing them. The crown of harmony, no longer a burden of secret sacrifice, became a symbol of a different kind of peace, one built on understanding rather than fear, on acceptance rather than control. And in the quiet moments, when the light caught its ever-shifting surface just right, those who looked closely could see within it endless possibilities of what could be. When ancient enemies learned to see through each other's eyes and find strength in their differences rather than fear. Story 5. Deep within the legendary crystal forest, where ancient trees pulsed with their own inner light, and the very air sparkled with magic, Liriana traced her fingers along the translucent bark of a millennium-old sentinel tree. The crystalline surface hummed beneath her touch, responding to the ancient bloodline that flowed through her veins, a bloodline she had only recently discovered was the last of its kind. The forest had always been her home, but now it held secrets that made her heart ache with their weight. Each crystal tree contained a fragment of light from the world's dawn, their combined radiance maintaining the barrier between the realm of the living and the kingdom of shadows. For thousands of years, the guardians had maintained this balance, passing their sacred duty from one generation to the next. Now she was the last. The first sign of trouble came at twilight, when the eternal glow of a century-old crystal oak dimmed and darkened. The crystalline trunk, once transparent as mountain air, began to cloud with swirls of obsidian. Liriana felt the corruption in her very bones, a wrongness that spread through the ancient root networks like poison through veins. Her search for answers led her to the deepest part of the forest, where the oldest trees held memories of ages past. But instead of wisdom, she found a dwarf. Thorgrim Flameheart knelt before a darkened crystal trunk, his forge-worn hands pressed against its surface, muttering words in his ancient tongue. At his feet lay tools unlike any Liriana had seen, implements that seemed to be forged from starlight itself. Their first meeting was tense, centuries of mistrust between the races hanging between them like a veil. But as Thorgrim explained his presence, that veil began to lift. He was a master of the cosmic forge, an ancient art that combined dwarven metallurgy with the fundamental energies of creation. He had been tracking the spread of darkness through the underground crystal veins that connected to his people's deepest minds. Together, they discovered a terrible truth. The barrier between worlds had begun to fail not because of external attack, but because of a desperate gambit by a council of elven mages. Believing they could control the powers of shadow for the protection of their realm, they had begun secretly siphoning energy from the crystal trees, weakening the very barrier they had sworn to protect. The corruption spreading through the forest was a direct result of their tampering shadow energy flowing backward through their channels, transforming the crystal trees into conduits of darkness rather than light. What they had intended as a defense would soon become the very instrument of their destruction. But Thorgrim knew of an ancient forge, one that predated the sundering of elves and dwarves. Hidden in the heart of the crystal forest, it was said to be capable of working with both light and shadow, creating artifacts of perfect balance. If they could reach it, they might be able to forge a tool capable of healing the corrupted trees. Their journey through the darkening forest was treacherous. Shadow creatures, drawn by the weakening barrier, began to manifest in the spaces between trees. The crystal sentinels, once beacons of safety, now cast dangerous reflections that could trap the unwary in endless mirrors of reality. Thorgrim taught Liriana the secrets of star forging as they traveled, while she shared with him the ancient songs that could still awaken responses in the untainted trees. Their magic, so different in origin but similar in purpose, began to weave together in unexpected ways. Where dwarven craft met elven song, new possibilities emerged. The ancient forge, when they finally found it, was both familiar and alien to them both. Crystals grew from its stone foundations like frozen flames, while constellation patterns played across its surfaces in endless cycles. At its heart stood an anvil that seemed to be carved from a single massive diamond, and above it hung a hammer that appeared to be forged from captured starlight. But they had been followed. The Council of Mages, realizing their secret was discovered, launched an attack. As shadow-twisted spells rained down upon them, Liriana and Thorgrim made their stand. Her crystal magic and his forge craft combined in ways not seen since the world was young, creating barriers of light and bridges of solid starfire. In the chaos of battle, they realized the true purpose of the ancient forge. It was never meant to create weapons or tools, but to maintain balance. The hammer and anvil were keys to a greater magic one that required both elven grace and dwarven strength, both crystal song and star forge. Working together, they began an ancient ritual, their voices joining in a harmony of elven melody and dwarven chanting. The forge responded, its crystals resonating with their combined power. As the mages breached their defenses, Liriana and Thorgrim completed their work not forging a new tool, but reforging the very barrier between worlds. Light exploded from the forge, racing through the crystal trees like lightning through a storm. Where it touched corrupted crystal, the obsidian taint burned away, leaving behind something new crystal that shimmered with both light and shadow in perfect balance. The forest itself seemed to exhale, as if relieved of a great burden. The mages found their shadow channeling spells transformed, their destructive power turned to healing as the new barrier reshaped the flow of energy between realms. The shadows they had sought to control became part of a greater whole, no longer a threat, but a necessary counterpart to the light. In the years that followed, the crystal forest changed. The trees no longer shone with harsh, unending light, but pulsed gently with the natural rhythm of day and night. Shadow and light danced together among their branches, creating displays of beauty that drew visitors from both elven and dwarven realms. Liriana and Thorgrim became the first of a new kind of guardian keepers, not just of the barrier, but of the balance between all forces. The ancient forge remained active, but instead of weapons, it now produced tools of harmony, crystals that could sing with dwarven resonance, metals that could channel elven magic. The prophecy that had named Liriana, the last guardian, had been both true and false. She was indeed the last of the old way, but also the first of a new tradition. Together with Thorgrim, she taught a new generation elves and dwarves together that true guardianship lay not in maintaining rigid boundaries, but in understanding the delicate dance of opposing forces that made the world whole. And in the heart of the crystal forest, where light and shadow played among ancient branches and new saplings reached toward the sky, the barrier between worlds remained strong not because it was unyielding, but because it had learned to bend without breaking, to change without losing its essential nature, to protect through balance rather than force. Story 6. In the crystal forest, where ancient trees were leaves of living glass, and the very air shimmered with magic, Liriel moved like a shadow through the twilight. Her bow, carved from moonwood and strung with strands of starlight, hung ready at her back. As one of the youngest rangers of the crystalline watch, she had been taught to read the forest signs since childhood, but nothing in her training had prepared her for what she discovered that fateful evening. The runes appeared first ancient elven script that blazed with an inner fire, etched into the crystalline bark of a millennium-old tree. They pulsed with an urgency that made her pointed ears twitch, a warning written in the oldest dialect of her people. As she traced the symbols with practiced fingers, their meaning became clear, and her heart grew cold with dread. The gates of twilight, sealed 1,000 years ago to contain a primordial darkness, were beginning to crack. The old magics are failing, a gruff voice spoke from behind her. Thorgrim Ironweave stepped into the clearing, his dwarven armor gleaming with runic inscriptions that seemed to respond to the ancient text before them. An exile from the Iron Mountains, he carried himself with the weight of secrets that few of his kind still remembered. Liriel's hand had instinctively moved to her bow at his approach, but something in his expression gave her pause. "You can read these runes?" she asked, surprise evident in her musical voice. "Aye," he nodded, his beard braided with tokens that marked him as a keeper of old lore. "They were written in the time when our peoples still worked as one, before pride and fear drove us apart. Before them, the runes shifted and changed, forming images in the crystalline surface, a great gate forged of twilight itself, bound by chains of starlight and earth fire that combined magics of elf and dwarf. Behind those gates writhed something ancient and terrible, a darkness that had existed before the first dawn. The seals were meant to last eternally," Thorgrim continued, his voice heavy with ancient knowledge. "But they required something we no longer have, the unified magic of both our peoples." A crack appeared in the crystalline bark, spreading like a web of silver lightning. Through it, Liriel caught a glimpse of something that made her blood run cold, a circle of elven mages, their faces hidden behind masks of living moonlight, working complex spells around what appeared to be a fragment of the twilight gates themselves. "The twilight circle," she breathed, recognition dawning in her eyes. "They believe they can control what lies behind the gates, use its power to restore the ancient glory of our realm. Fools," Thorgrim spat, his hand tightening on the hilt of his runiaxe. That darkness answers to no one. It devours all it touches, transforms it into something other. Their conversation was interrupted by a sound like breaking glass, multiplied 1,000-fold. Throughout the crystal forest, trees began to shiver, their crystalline leaves chiming in harmonic warning. The very ground beneath their feet trembled with the echo of ancient bindings beginning to fail. "We don't have much time," Thorgyn said, pulling an ancient scroll from his pack. "The gates will fully breach at the next new moon 3 days from now. But there might be a way to strengthen them. If an elf and dwarf work together," Lyriel finished, understanding dawning in her emerald eyes. Like in the old days, what followed was a desperate race against time. Together, they traveled through hidden paths in both their realms, through the crystalline spires of the elven forests and the deep rune halls of the dwarven mountains. They gathered the materials needed for the strengthening ritual: starfire caught in elven crystal, earth flame bound in dwarven forged steel, and the rare moon mithril that could only be found where their people's territories overlapped. But their quest did not go unnoticed. The Twilight Circle sent their agents shadow-wrapped assassins and corrupted beasts that had been touched by the darkness seeping through the weakening gates. Each confrontation left them more certain of the terrible consequences should the gates fail completely. In a hidden grove where crystal trees grew in geometric patterns that formed natural magical arrays, they made their discovery. The original gates hadn't been forged just with magic. They had been created through a deep understanding between their peoples, a harmony of craft and spell that had been lost to time. "Look at how the crystalline mattresses align with dwarven runic patterns," Lyriel observed, her ranger's training allowing her to see the subtle interplay of magics. "They're not separate systems, they're two halves of the same whole," Thorgyn finished, his craftsman's eye recognizing the elegant efficiency of the design. "Our peoples didn't just work together, they created something entirely new. As the new moon approached, they made their final stand at the gates themselves, in a chamber that existed halfway between physical space and magical realm. The Twilight Circle arrived in force, led by a mage whose mask had been corrupted by the very power he sought to control, the moonlight twisted into writhing shadows. The battle that followed would be sung of in both elven halls and dwarven depths for generations to come. Lyriel's arrows, enhanced by Thorgyn's runic crafting, sang through the air with unerring accuracy. Thorgyn's axe, its edge honed by elven starlighting, cleaved through shadow stuff as if it were mere cloth. But the true test came when they began the strengthening ritual. As darkness seeped through the weakening gates, as the Twilight Circle's magic threatened to tear reality itself apart, Lyriel and Thorgyn did something that hadn't been done in a millennium. They wove their magics together, not as elf and dwarf, but as two beings working in perfect harmony. The result was beyond anything either of them had imagined. Where elven starfire met dwarven earth flame, a new form of magic was born. The gates didn't just close, they were transformed, strengthened not just by power, but by the rekindled understanding between their peoples. In the aftermath, as the crystal forest slowly returned to normal and the shadows retreated, something had fundamentally changed. The barrier between elven and dwarven lands seemed less defined, the ancient prejudices less important in the face of what they had accomplished together. Lyriel and Thorgyn became the first of a new order, the Twilight Wardens, dedicated to maintaining the harmony between their peoples and protecting the gates through understanding rather than just power. And if visitors to the Crystal Forest listened carefully, they might hear new songs being sung in both elven and dwarven tongues, telling of how the darkness was held back not by force of arms or strength of magic, but by the power of two peoples remembering how to work as one. Story 7. Flames danced across the marble spires of Luminara, the Elven Kingdom's legendary white towers now stained with ash and shadow. From the heights of the Moon Spire, Lord Malgath watched his shadow dragon circle the burning city, its wingspan blotting out the stars themselves. 20 years had passed since he had orchestrated the royal family's massacre, and now his grip on the throne seemed absolute. But fate, like the ancient magics that coursed through the realm, had other plans. In the deep halls of the dwarven stronghold of Moria, far beneath the Iron-Spine Mountains, Prince Elendril ran his fingers across the runes etched into his ceremonial armor. The metal, a unique alloy of mithril and starmetal, had been forged by his adoptive father, Master Smith Thorin Ironfist. For 2 decades, the dwarves had kept him safe, teaching him their crafts and lore while nurturing the elven magic that ran through his veins. "The armor will serve you well, lad," Thorin said, his deep voice echoing off the crystal-studded walls. "But remember, it's not the metal that makes the warrior, but the heart that beats beneath it." Before Elendril could respond, hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. Kara Shadowbane entered the chamber, her dwarven armor gleaming with runic inscriptions, a mysterious relic hanging at her belt. The crystal of twilight, an artifact of immense power, pulls with an inner light that seemed to respond to her presence. "The scouts have returned," she announced, her voice tight with urgency. "Malgath's forces are on the move." "He's somehow learned of your survival." Elendril's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. Dawnfire, its blade forged in both elven moonfire and dwarven forge flame. "Then we have no choice." The time has come. The journey to Luminara was fraught with danger. Malgath's shadow warriors patrolled the borders, their armor dark as night, their weapons cursed with ancient magic. But Elendril had been well trained in both elven stealth and dwarven cunning. With Kara at his side, they moved through secret paths and hidden valleys, avoiding the main roads where Malgath's dragon would easily spot them. It was in the Valley of Whispers, where the wind itself seemed to carry the echoes of ancient battles, that they made their most startling discovery. As they made camp in a grove of silverleaf trees, Kara's crystal of twilight began to pulse with an increasingly urgent light. "There's something here," she muttered, following the crystal's guidance. "Something old." And powerful, they found the entrance to an ancient chamber, its walls covered in murals that told a story lost to time. There, depicted in shimmering pigments that still glowed after centuries, was the truth of Elendril's heritage, and it was far more complex than anyone had imagined. The murals showed the first rulers of Luminara, but they were not purely elven as legend claimed. They were dragon-blessed, carrying within them the ability to communicate with and command the great crystal dragons that once protected the realm. This gift had been diluted through generations, but it still flowed in Elendril's veins. "This changes everything," Kara breathed, studying the murals with wide eyes. "Malgath's shadow dragon, it's not just a weapon. It's a perversion of your birthright, but the revelations came with a price." The very magic that gave Elendril's bloodline their power also meant that Malgath's connection to his shadow dragon would be strongest during the approaching lunar eclipse. If they didn't reach Luminara before then, the usurper's power would become truly unassailable. The final approach to the city was like walking into a nightmare. The once pristine white walls were stained with magical corruption, and the famous gardens of starlight had been twisted into grotesque shapes. Malgath's shadow dragon perched atop the moon spire like a living piece of darkness, its eyes burning with unholy fire. It was then that Kara revealed the true nature of her crystal of twilight. "It's not just a relic," she explained, removing it from her belt. "It's a key to awakening the last crystal dragon, hidden in suspended animation beneath the ice caverns. The choice before them was clear, but dangerous. While Malgoth's attention was focused on the city, they could attempt to reach the ice caverns and awaken the crystal dragon. But doing so would alert him to their presence, and time was already against them. What followed was a race against both time and shadow. As Malgoth's forces patrolled above, Elendril and Kara descended into the frozen depths beneath Luminara. There, in a chamber of eternal ice, they found it the last crystal dragon, its magnificent form preserved in a perfect lattice of magical ice. As Kara worked to unlock the preservation spell with her crystal, Elendril faced another revelation. The dragon's crystalline scales bore the same patterns as the runes on his armor, the same swirls and whirls that had marked his family line for generations. This was more than just an ally, this was his heritage made manifest. The awakening ritual required both dwarven craft and elven magic, a combination that perfectly represented Elendril's unique upbringing. As he channeled his power through Kara's crystal, he felt something awaken not just in the dragon, but in himself, a connection to a power older than the kingdom itself. The final battle for Luminara would become the stuff of legend. As Malgoth's shadow dragon rained darkness from above, it was met by its ancient counterpart, a being of living crystal that shone with the light of 1,000 stars. Elendril, riding the crystal dragon, found that the movements came as naturally as breathing two parts of the same whole, finally reunited. But the true test came not in the clash of dragons, but in the moment when Elendril faced Malgoth in the throne room of his ancestors. The usurper's power was considerable, drawing strength from decades of corrupt magic and bitter hatred. Yet he had never understood the true source of Luminara's strength, the harmony between different peoples and powers that had made the kingdom great in the first place. In the end, it was not just Elendril's elven magic or dwarven training that won the day, but the wisdom gained from understanding both worlds. The shadow dragon, sensing the pure connection between Elendril and the crystal dragon, turned on its master, breaking free from Malgoth's corrupt control. With Luminara liberated, Elendril faced his greatest challenge, yet healing the rifts that generations of separation and suspicion had created. The crystal dragon took up residence in a newly created area atop the moonspire, a symbol of the union between earth and sky, between the ancient powers and the new age to come. And if visitors to Luminara looked closely, they might notice that the new king's crown were both elven moonstone and dwarven forged mithril, just as his court welcomed beings of all races who sought to build a better world together. For in the end, it was not the dragons or the magic that made a kingdom great, but the hearts of those who called it home. Story 8. The city fortress of Khazad Rim rose like a crown of stone and steel against the twilight sky, its towers and battlements carved from the living mountain itself. Here, where the impossible had become reality, elves and dwarves dwelt together in an uneasy peace, their ancient crafts mingling in ways unseen since the Age of Legends. At its heart, in a forge chamber lit by eternal flames and moonfire, worked Morgana Ironweave, whose very existence embodied the union of both peoples. Steam hissed and magic crackled as Morgana shaped her latest masterpiece, her hands moving with the precision inherited from her dwarven father and the grace of her elven mother. The hammer she wielded was itself a legend Stormheart forged from a fallen star and imbued with the essence of lightning. Each strike sent cascades of blue-white sparks dancing across the workshop's walls, where shadows of ancient weapons hung like sleeping giants. But tonight, something was wrong. The air in the forge felt heavy with more than just steam and smoke. Morgana's pointed ears, a legacy of her elven blood, twitched at sounds that shouldn't be their whispers in the darkness, the phantom ring of steel on steel. Another one, then? The voice came from the doorway, where Eldred the Exile stood, his Archmagus robes still bearing the dust of distant roads. Despite his outcast status, his presence commanded respect, though few knew the true reason for his banishment from the elven high courts. Morgana nodded grimly, gesturing to the empty spaces on her walls. 3 more weapons gone this week. The sword of dawn's first light, the axe of mountain's heart, and the spear of twilight songs, her mismatched eyes one gray as forged smoke, one green as summer leaves narrowed. All taken without breaking a single ward or triggering any alarm, Eldred moved into the workshop, his staff casting shadows that seemed to move independently of the light. And now both peoples blame each other for the thefts, while ancient grudges resurface like serpents from winter's sleep. Before Morgana could respond, a sound like breaking glass echoed through the chamber. Both turned to watch in horror as the great mirror that hung above the forged gift from the elven artificers began to crack. But instead of falling, the cracks spread in a pattern, forming runes in a language older than either of their peoples. The king's curse, Eldred breathed, recognition and fear mingling in his voice. It wasn't just a legend after all. Morgana's hand tightened on Stormheart's handle. The curse that turned the first unified king to stone? But that was thousands of years ago, when Khazad Rim was first founded. The runes in the mirror pulsed with an inner light, and images began to form in the fractured glass. They saw glimpses of the past, the first king of Khazad Rim, neither elf nor dwarf, but something in between, standing before an ancient forge. In his hands, he held a weapon that seemed to be made of pure light, its form shifting between sword and axe, spear and bow. The weapon of unity, Eldred murmured, his eyes wide, created to symbolize the joining of our people's crafts. But it was too powerful, too perfect. Others sought to claim it, to use its power for their own ends, and so the king hid it. Morgana continued, reading the story in the runes. Split it into many forms, disguised as lesser weapons, and scattered them throughout the city. Understanding dawned in her eyes. The stolen weapons, they're not just ancient artifacts, they're pieces of the original, Eldred finished. And someone is gathering them together again. A new crack appeared in the mirror, and with it came a vision of stone spreading across living flesh, of people both tall and short being transformed into statues in mid-stride. The king's last defense, a curse that would turn all to stone, should the weapon ever be reformed by those whose hearts held division rather than unity. Morgana strode to her workbench, gathering tools with swift precision. How long do we have? Eldred studied the runes, his fingers tracing patterns in the air. Until the next full moon. 3 days. He hesitated, then added, but Morgana, to stop this, we'll need to find out who's behind the thefts. And given the magic involved, it has to be someone who knows both elven enchantment and dwarven crafting, she finished grimly. Someone like me, together, they began their investigation, delving into the hidden places of Khazad Rim, where ancient magic still lingered. They discovered that the thief had left traces after all, not physical marks, but echoes in the fabric of magic itself, like ripples in a pond. The trail led them through forgotten workshops where dwarven hammers had once rung against enchanted anvils, through secret gardens where elven mages had grown crystals that sang with the voices of stars. And everywhere they went, they found signs of the curse's awakening, small objects turning to stone, plants freezing into mineral formations, the transformation spreading like a slow tide through the city. On the eve of the full moon, they finally discovered the truth. In the deepest chamber of the old royal palace, they found the thief not a single person, but a group of both elves and dwarves, working together, but not in unity. They sought to remake the weapon not to bring their peoples together, but to use its power to enforce a peace built on fear. The final battle was fought not with weapons, but with craft and magic. Morgana used her unique heritage to show them what true unity looked like, not the suppression of differences, but their harmonious blending. Eldred revealed at last the reason for his exile. He had been the one to hide the last traces of the original weapon, choosing banishment over the risk of its power being misused. As the full moon rose over Khazad Rim, the stolen weapons were returned to their places, but changed. Under Morgana's hammer and Eldred's spells, each was transformed, its power turned to creation rather than combat. The king's curse was broken not by preventing the weapon's reunion, but by understanding its true purpose to remind both peoples that their greatest strengths lay not in power over each other, but in what they could create together. In the years that followed, Morgana's forge became more than just a workshop. It became a symbol of what Khazad Rim had always been meant to be, a place where the skills and traditions of two peoples could combine to create wonders that neither could achieve alone. And if visitors looked closely at the weapons that hung on her walls, they might notice how each one seemed to sing with two voices in perfect harmony, like the meeting of hammer and star, earth and sky. Story 9. In the sundered lands, where the scars of ancient wars ran as deep as the chasms that split the continent, nature itself seemed to hold its breath. The great rift that divided the elven forests of Sylvaner from the dwarven kingdom of Khazad Depth stretched like a wound across the land, a testament to the day when magic and hatred tore the world asunder. Silveria, a young elven botanist with eyes the color of spring leaves, stood at the edge of this divide, her research satchel heavy with specimens and ancient texts. Unlike most of her kind, who saw only desolation in the abandoned dwarven mines, she had spent years studying the unique flora that flourished in these borderlands. Her slender fingers traced the bark of a withered tree, feeling the pulse of life growing fainter with each passing day. The morning sun cast long shadows across the ravine, when she first saw it an impossibility that defied everything she knew about the sundered lands. There, in the depths of an abandoned mineshaft, a great tree rose through layers of stone and crystal, its roots intertwined with veins of mithril that glowed with their own inner light. The ancient scholars had written that nothing could grow in the poison-touched earth of the borderlands, yet this tree stood as a defiant contradiction to their wisdom. As Silveria carefully made her way down the treacherous path to the mine entrance, a shadow detached itself from the darkness. Grim, a dwarven guardian whose beard was braided with steel and whose eyes held the weight of centuries, stepped into the wan light. His axe remained sheathed, but his stance spoke of careful watchfulness. "You're far from your forests, elf," he growled, though there was more curiosity than hostility in his voice. "These mines aren't safe for your kind." Before Silveria could respond, a crystalline chiming echoed through the cavern. Both turned to watch in horror as a young sapling near the entrance began to transform, its leaves hardening into transparent crystal, while its trunk took on the sheen of polished quartz. The process was beautiful and terrible to behold, like watching life itself freeze into eternal stillness. "The third one this week," Grim muttered, his weathered face creasing with worry. "It's spreading faster now." Silveria's eyes widened. "You've seen this before? The crystallization?" "Aye, and not just in plants. Two of my fellow guardians," he trilled off, his hand unconsciously touching a crystal shard that hung from his neck. "They're still standing watch in the lower tunnels, frozen like statues of pure crystal." The revelation struck Silveria like a physical blow. The strange cases she'd heard whispered about in Sylvaner elves found transformed into crystal in their gardens, their faces frozen in expressions of peaceful acceptance, weren't isolated incidents. Whatever this was, it was affecting both peoples. Together, they approached the great tree that had first drawn Silveria's attention. Its branches reached toward the shaft's ceiling, threading through cracks in the stone like seeking fingers. The mithril veins that wrapped around its roots pulsed with a gentle light that seemed to beat in time with some distant heart. "This is old magic," Silveria whispered, her trained eye noting how the tree's growth patterns follow the ancient runes carved into the mine's support beams. From before the sundering, Grim nodded, his expression thoughtful. "The old stories speak of a time when our peoples worked together, when elven magic and dwarven craft were two halves of the same whole. Before pride and fear tore us apart, as if in response to his words, the mithril veins flared brighter, and images began to form in the crystalline surfaces around them. They saw glimpses of the past, elven mages and dwarven craftsmen working side by side, weaving spells of protection and growth into the very foundations of their shared realm. But they also saw the moment of the sundering, when trust shattered and magic was turned to weapons of war. It's not a plague," Silveria breathed, understanding dawning in her eyes. "It's a protection spell cast by our ancestors. A failsafe meant to preserve what remains until we remember how to work together." Grim finished, reading the ancient runes with practiced ease. "The crystal transformation, it's trying to protect us from ourselves, to keep us in stasis until we can heal the rift between our peoples." Their eyes met across the glowing roots of the ancient tree. Centuries of distrust warring with the urgent need for cooperation. The crystal transformation was spreading, and with each passing day, more of both their peoples would be frozen in crystal stasis. "The next eclipse is in 3 days," Silveria said, consulting an astronomical chart from her satchel. "The old magics are always strongest when light and shadow balance." Grim's hand tightened on his crystal pendant. 3 days to convince both our peoples to work together, to find a way to reverse a curse that's been building for centuries." He barked out a laugh that echoed off the crystal-studded walls. "Impossible," Silveria smiled, a fierce light in her eyes. "Impossible. We're standing in a dwarven mine where an ancient tree grows through mithril veins." "I'd say impossible is just the beginning," and so began a race against time, as an unlikely pair, an elven botanist and a dwarven guardian, worked to unravel the magic that their ancestors had woven. They traveled between their realms, gathering knowledge from ancient libraries and hidden shrines, piecing together the ritual that would be needed when the eclipse came. Not all welcomed their message. In both kingdoms, there were those who would rather turn to crystal than work with their ancient enemies. But as the crystal transformation claimed more victims, as families watched their loved ones freeze into glittering statues, the truth became impossible to deny. The day of the eclipse dawned clear and cold. Around the great tree, elves and dwarves gathered in numbers not seen since before the sundering. As light and shadow balanced in the sky above, Silveria and Grim led their peoples in a ritual that was half elven magic, half dwarven craft, and wholly an act of trust. The mithril veins blazed with light, and the crystal began to retreat. Those who had been transformed returned to flesh and blood, carrying with them memories of dreams where past and future mingled. And in the heart of an abandoned mine, an ancient tree continued to grow, its roots binding together what hatred had once torn apart. In the years that followed, the sundered lands would become known by a new name, the Mended Realm. And if travelers passed through its borders, they might see elven gardens growing alongside dwarven forges, and hear tales of how the crystal plague that wasn't really a plague taught to peoples to remember what they had forgotten, that some bonds run deeper than ancient grudges, and that the greatest magic of all lies in the willingness to grow together. Story 10. Deep within the sacred mountain, where ancient magic still whispered through halls of crystalline stone, the Hall of Eternal Mirrors stood as a testament to a forgotten age. Its mirrored walls, crafted from polished mithril and enchanted glass, reflected not just images but echoes of time itself. It was here, in this chamber where past and future danced in silvery reflections, that Destiny would begin to unravel its most closely guarded secret. Princess Celesta of the Twilight Realm moved silently through the hall, her elfin grace making her seem almost ethereal in the shifting light. Her silver armor, forged in the magical fires of the Moonspire, caught the mirror's glow and cast prismatic patterns across the walls. Each step echoed with purpose, though uncertainty flickered in her violet eyes. The summons that had drawn her here had come not through royal decree or messenger, but through dreams that tasted of stardust and ancient magic. From the opposite end of the hall approached Prince Thorian of the Iron Depths, his dwarven frame solid as the mountain itself. His beard, intricately braided with mithril threads and tiny gemstones, spoke of his royal lineage, while the hammer at his belt marked him as a master of the forge. Unlike the ethereal grace of Celesta, Thorian's movements carried the weight of stone and steel, yet there was a surprising gentleness in his dark eyes. They met at the heart of the hall, where the largest mirror stood like a frozen waterfall of silver light. Neither spoke at first, both aware that their presence here, an elf and a dwarf in this sacred chamber, where the first treaties between their peoples were signed, was unprecedented in over 1,000 years. "You've seen them too, haven't you?" Celesta finally asked, her voice carrying the musical lilt of her people. "The visions in the mirrors?" Thorian nodded, his expression grave, shadows unweaving the very fabric of the world. The Void Weaver's returning, his deep voice resonated with the ancient stones. "I thought they were merely tales to frighten dwarflings." The mirror before them suddenly rippled like liquid silver, and images began to form in its depths. They saw a crown, ancient and powerful, its surface etched with runes that seemed to shift and change even as they watched. But the crown was broken, its fragments scattered across lands both familiar and strange. "The crown of unity," whispered Celesta, recognition dawning in her eyes. "The artifacts in my family's chronicles, the same crown spoken of in the deepest archives of Moria," Thorian added, his hand unconsciously touching the hammer at his belt. "Forged by both our peoples before the great sundering, the mirror's surface shifted again, revealing shadowy figures with hands that moved like weaving spiders, pulling at the very threads of reality. Wherever they touched, the world seemed to unravel, leaving behind patches of absolute nothingness. The Void Weavers seek to unmake creation itself," Celesta breathed, her hand tightening on the hilt of her starlight blade. "They were imprisoned between the realms by the crown's power, sealed away by our ancestors, and now the seals weaken," Thorian growled. "With each passing day, more of their influence seeps into our world." The mirror's surface suddenly blazed with brilliant light, causing both princess and prince to step back. When the radiance faded, they found themselves staring at their own reflections but changed. In the mirror, lines of ancient power glowed beneath their skin, patterns that spoke of a shared bloodline far older than the divide between elf and dwarf. "We are the last," Thorian said softly, understanding dawning in his eyes. "The last descendants of the guardian bloodline." Celesta's expression hardened with determination. "Then we must do what our ancestors did. Find the crown fragments, restore the seals, and stop the Void Weavers before they unmake everything we know." The mirror shifted one final time, showing them glimpses of the fragments' locations, one in the heart of the Crystal Spire Forest, where ancient trees grew leaves of glass. Another deep within the Forge of Ages, where the first dwarven hammers still rang against mithril anvils. A third atop the Peak of Whispers, where the wind spoke secrets in forgotten tongues. And the last in the depths of memory, a place that existed somewhere between dream and reality. "It won't be easy," Thorian warned, though there was a glint of adventure in his eyes. "These places have been lost to time for good reason, and will likely face opposition beyond the Void Weavers, Celesta added. There are those who would use the crown's power for their own ends, their eyes met. Centuries of distrust between their peoples hanging in the air between them. But something else was there too, recognition of shared purpose, of destiny intertwined. My father always said that the greatest tales are forged in the unlikeliest alliances. Thorian said with a slight smile, extending his hand. Celesta took it without hesitation, feeling the strength in his grip. And my mother taught me that destiny rarely chooses the easy path. As their hands clasped, the mirrors around them pulsed with light, ancient magic recognizing ancient blood. Their quest had begun, but neither could have predicted the truths they would uncover about their shared past, nor the price that would be demanded to save their world's future. The first fragment lay in the Crystal Spire forest, where every leaf caught the light like a prism, and the very air hummed with ancient enchantments. As Celesta and Thorian ventured deeper into its crystalline depths, they discovered that the forest's beauty hid deadly secrets. The trees themselves were guardians, their branches moving with purpose, their crystal leaves singing songs of warning and welcome. Here, they encountered the first of many revelations. Within a grove of mirror-barked trees, they found ancient carvings that spoke not of division between elf and dwarf, but of a time when the two peoples were one. The truth of their separation was not, as legend claimed, a result of pride or greed, but a desperate sacrifice to contain the Void Weaver's first invasion. With each fragment they recovered, more of the ancient truth came to light. The Guardian bloodline had not failed in their duty, as history recorded, but had made the ultimate sacrifice dividing their people and their power to create multiple seals, knowing that future generations would bear the burden of their choice. As Celesta and Thorian traveled from the highest peaks to the deepest caves, they began to understand that their quest was more than just the recovery of a powerful artifact. It was the beginning of a reunion long overdue, a healing of a wound that had festered in the heart of their world for far too long. And in the quiet moments between battles and discoveries, as they shared stories of their peoples and dreams of their futures, something unexpected began to grow between them, a friendship that defied centuries of prejudice, and perhaps something more. But the Void Weavers were growing stronger. With each fragment recovered, their attacks became more desperate, more violent. Reality itself seemed to warp around them, as if the very fabric of the world recognized the significance of their quest. The final fragment would prove the most challenging to recover, hidden in the depths of memory, where past and future collided in endless possibility. Here, among reflections of what was and what might be, Celesta and Thorian would face not just the Void Weavers, but the weight of their shared destiny. The true test would not be in the recovery of the crown's fragments, but in the choice they would face once it was whole, for the crown's power came with a price, one that their ancestors had paid in full. The question remained, would they be willing to do the same to save their world from unraveling?